We're going to start with our meeting. Welcome to the Public Accounts Committee. I'm going to give the members an opportunity to introduce themselves, and then the member online. Then I'm going to give the Department of the Premier and Treasury to introduce themselves. Next to me is Mr. Dustin Davids. Members, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. And I am Benedictine van Minnen, a member of the committee.
Good morning, everyone. I am Leon van Wyk, a member of the committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Johnson, member of the committee.
Morning, everyone. I'm Pat Lecker, member of the committee.
Morning, Noma French Mbom.
Morning, Basil Petrus.
Member online.
Morning, members, and morning, Chairperson. My name is Nomin Kondlo. I'm on alternate to the committee.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Over to you to introduce yourselves.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Maxine Wenzel, she's an intern. She recently joined the Provincial Treasury. I'm Nadia Ismail. I'm the Director for Strategic Operational Management Support in Provincial Treasury. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, Minister. My name is Tulinda Gantana, I'm head of the department.
Morning, Deidre Borsman, Minister of Finance.
Good morning, members. Isaac Smith, Head Asset Management and Governance, Provincial Treasury.
Good morning, everybody. Anne-Marie Smith, CFO.
Morning, Louise Estreiser, Acting DDG People Management.
Good morning, honourable members. Steve Kenyon, Acting DDG for Programme 2 in the Provincial Treasury.
Online? Who's online?
Good morning, Chair and members. Warren Wilson, Department of the Premier, People Management.
Good morning, Chairperson. Karen Scholes, Department of the Premier, People Management.
Oh, thank you very much, Minister. I didn't even see you there. Welcome, Minister, to our meeting. We, as a committee, we were very concerned, and it was part of our governance briefing, Part C, of the annual report of 23-24, and it was to do with the well-being of the employees. And we thought it's important that we get a plan of action, how you are mitigating that. And the Department of the Premier, of course, plays a role, and it's your department. So, Minister, I don't know if you want to just do some opening remarks, and then I'll give over to the HOD. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. As you would know, we're also in the middle of the last tail end of the budget process for the province. So today we are going to focus a lot on HR and vacancies, and also filling of those vacancies. And in terms of budgetary allocations, we hope to speak to the Finance Committee more on how we're going to fund our respective plans over the MTIF once we get to committee in the budget process. But two things when I entered into the position last year that I indicated to the team that we need to focus on is the first part is, in order to reduce the workload upon our team members, we need to be able to fill our positions. And as a department, we need to prioritize the filling of our positions. But also going forward, it's not just about filling positions. It is also about how we're going to support and capacitate our team members. And part of the support and capacitation does not only include training, it also includes utilizing technology so that we're able to reduce the workload upon our people, because people in the provincial treasury is our biggest strength. And with that, I'll hand over to the HOD. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And on that note, we took our cue from Minister, and in crafting our soon-to-be tabled strategic plan and our plans forward, as well as after our tabling of our annual report and taking into consideration the comments and the issues raised within the committee as it relates to what we then reported on at the time, we decided and put concerted effort into focusing on people and technology. And so today we would like to share with the committee our six-pronged approach, which covers in broad strokes those two areas. I'm going to just kick off, and then I'm going to ask the head of SOMS to take us through the detail. So firstly, we as an immediate measure, we looked at what is available within our budget, and I think it's coming on the back of having to deal with fiscal consolidation, and also then to reprioritize, to take up the ask in terms of the improvement in condition of service at the time. And so we had to redirect some funding in terms of the funding of personnel. Also, we had to fast track the Premier's concurrence, and we instituted the COE committee that within the department, where decisions are being made in terms of the posts that we will prioritize in terms of funding and therefore filling. Then in terms of learning and development, the director introduced the pay intern, the graduate intern. So in terms of learning and development, we have a structured graduate and internship program, as well as value-based learning development programs, which will also take the committee through. I said people and technology. So we had to look at what our task that is perhaps repetitive in nature and see what we can do within that space in the application of technology in trying to assist us in that regard. We also have an alternative working arrangement in place, which allows for a hybrid work model, which speaks to the issues of well-being. To provide for telecommuting and assist with work-life integration. And then we also looked at our employee assistance program, which then deals with mental health support and stress management interventions. I'm going to hand over to the director just to take us through the detail. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, HOD, and thank you to the chairperson. So the Employee Assistance Program is a very key component of our approach. These sessions, as you can see on the slide, they were facilitated by Lyra and also previously Metropolitan Health. And there's a big focus on counseling sessions for one. So to provide support to our employees facing challenges such as stress, burnout, or even personal challenges. So it's not just related to in the official capacity. There's a number of workshops on resilience and stress management, like HUD said, so that we can help our employees to navigate these work pressures. But ultimately to bring about a work-life integration. So our employee participation, and as you can see from the slide, in terms of the numbers, they are quite good. And this does show us an indication that there is a growing awareness amongst our staff that we are creating. Looking ahead, obviously these sessions are ongoing. We try to have at least 2 a month throughout the year. We have another 2 before the end of the financial year, and then these will continue gradually in the new financial year. Next slide, please. On this slide, we are looking at our recruitment and selection statistics, and these show the figures from the 1st of April 2024. So since then, there's been quite a nice progress that has been made in terms of our filling of our posts. Altogether, there are 44 positions that is in process in total. 23 are at some stage of the recruitment and selection, so they're either in an advertisement stage, or they're in shortlisting stage, or they're in the final nomination stage. So 21 of those positions have either been concluded or they have been appointed. On average, the recruitment process for the Provincial Treasury takes about 82 to 86 days, and this reflects the way in which we fast-track the filling of appointments while also maintaining compliance to the laws and regulations. On the next slide, thank you, Maxine. So I just want to unpack our internal bursary program and our internship program. So to build our future capacity, we are focusing on our critical skills development. And in terms of these programs, our focus areas and the fields include economics and finance, accounting and auditing, supply chain management. We're also branching out into the built environment in the project management arena, then information sciences, data sciences, and statistics, because the information development is quite advanced. So these are the areas that is receiving our focus, and we are awarding bursaries in terms of them. So our internship program does provide exposure to our young professionals, and it does equip them with the necessary, not only technical experience, but practical life skills in which they need to have and possess so that they can expand in their careers. The numbers of interns that we hosted per the financial year for the last 3 years, so in 2022-23, altogether we've onboarded 28 interns. In the following year, 34 interns, and currently we have 24 interns in the system. So it is our intention that with the internal bursary program as well as the internship program, it will go a long way to mitigate the challenges that we are experiencing in terms of the workplace strain and the capacity challenges by reducing the workload pressure indirectly, in addition to fostering the career growth. Next slide, next 2 slides at least. So while we have made significant progress, there are additional interventions that we have planned to further strengthen our workforce capacity and as well as the well-being of the staff. And we are hopeful that these initiatives will bridge that gap in terms of the skills, the gap of skills, and then in terms of operational efficiency so that we can ensure long-term sustainability. So firstly, right on top, there is an application that we have made to the Provincial Treasury to fill unfunded posts. So in addition to filling funded vacant posts, we are also making an application to fill unfunded posts. So we are engaging with the Treasury in the budget process so that we can secure funding for these critical roles. And we're hoping that this will further distribute the workloads more evenly and then also reduce the strain on our employees. Then under training and development, as we all can appreciate, there's a rapid evolution of technology as well as the development in public finance. We are looking forward to the future. This will require continuous upskilling of our staff, both in terms of the technical front as well as leadership skills. In the Provincial Treasury, we believe firmly on lifelong learning, learning from the cradle to the grave. And we will be focusing on emerging technologies such as automation, data analytics, and artificial intelligence. Then leadership and skills and preparing our employees, not only on the middle management, but also on the junior management level to prepare them for more senior and more strategic roles. From a strategic workforce planning perspective, we are conducting a service delivery model review so that we can align our workforce needs with the approved provincial structure from the DPSA. This will also ensure that our resources are optimally allocated and so that they can focus on our core strategic priorities. Then just emphasizing our investment in digital transformation. This will also intend to reduce the administrative burdens. So we're exploring new digital solutions. So we are exploring platforms like Copilot Premium, MS Teams Premium, Power BI tools, to name but a few. So the idea behind this is that we want to, like Minister says, we want to do the gardening, right, Minister? So we want to take the mundane administrative time, consuming duties out of the way so that our staff that are highly qualified and highly skilled and knowledgeable can use that expertise in a more strategic and analytical manner. From a cultural and employee engagement session perspective, we are also creating platforms or safe spaces for our employees to voice their concerns and to discuss any challenges that they have and then to provide feedback. These sessions have proved very useful and appreciated by our staff members in the past, so we will be continuing on them, and we want to build on the culture of open communication as well as transparency amongst our staff members so that if they are faced with any challenges, they feel free to communicate it not only with us as management, but also amongst themselves. We feel that encouraging these difficult conversations, it may be difficult, but it is necessary so that we can alleviate the pressures in the workplace. Then under mentorship and leadership development, the strengthening of our management and our leadership capabilities, that always remains a priority within the department. So we are expanding on our mentorship programs where we can pair our middle managers with our experienced senior SMS cadres and our emerging leaders. There's a lot of experience that they've gained over the years and lots of lessons that they can impart with the emerging leaders in the department. And this, we are hoping, will ensure that our future leaders are equipped with the skills that we've had to learn over the years. committee. We have reached the end of the presentation. We would just like to acknowledge the committee's concerns. It is an important one, and we appreciate you highlighting the topic. But know that it is something that is a priority in the provincial treasury. That balance with our fiscal responsibility. Please be assured that we are committed to continuing our interventions proactively so that we can support our employees to be productive and to be sustainable in the workplace. Just want to hand over to HOD if she wants to have further closing statements.
Thank you to the committee. Thank you. I don't have anything to add. I think the presentation covers what we wanted to share with the committee.
Thank you. Is there any person from the Department of the Premier that want to say something?
Yes, from our side, we included our input into the presentation. So yes, thank you.
Members, I'm going to allow for questions on the presentation. Do I see hands? Okay. We'll start by Member van Minnen, Member van Wyk, and Member Lekker. Thank you. Member van Minnen.
Thank you very much, and thank you for a very informative presentation. I just want to find out, you've talked extensively about what you are doing in terms of recruitment and supporting the staff that are there, and obviously is very concerned about wellness. But in terms of the vacancy rate of the department compared to other departments, what is the percentage? Is it worse? Is it better? Is it much the same across other departments? So that's one question I want to know on the vacancy rate. Are there specific reasons for the vacancy rate that you are able to detect, or is it due to natural attrition? And then coming out of your presentation, one thing I'm interested in, it appears, looking at your graduate programs and support programs, it certainly creates the impression that there appears to be difficulty in recruiting suitable candidates. Is that a problem you find you have? And one of the reasons I want to pick up on it is a friend of mine who's an academic in commerce has mentioned to me before, but the problem every year with the Stellenbosch and UCT and the various universities is they increasingly find themselves competing for the same students to do commerce and to do these sort of subjects. The problem being that there's a smaller and smaller pool every year that actually seeks admission in these subjects. So I just want to find, is that a pattern that you're seeing pulling through to graduates as well? Thank you.
Member van Wyk.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, thanks very much for the presentation. And I think, having received this presentation probably raises a number of further questions looking at the role that Provincial Treasury then, plays overall in government. And I think my colleague just mentioned this about the vacancy rate, that we perhaps just get an idea on that. Another question that comes up to me is this 82 business days, because to me that looks like a fairly lengthy period of time that it takes to get appointments in place. And then, I get to salary levels, and I think there have been a fair amount of attrition because within the local government space, and particularly the city of Cape Town, the perception is there that there are it's more attractive salary rates. And I think we sit with a long-standing problem, I think, within local government as such, that that the rates are, especially at senior level, you're not able to retain the type of skills and the specialist type of skills in technical and professional levels that call it private sector and other sectors are offering to people. I heard something quite horrific, for instance, on electrical engineering, the number of electrical engineering graduates that we're producing in South Africa as opposed to the need out there, and therefore the whole demand and supply. And I would imagine within PT, it should be an excellent and an attractive training ground and a sought after area to receive that type of experience in economics, in finance, in accounting, and also moving into data analytics. So, and how PT is then matching up to that. And I suppose the additional question that I have is the big one that I think we're going to be facing in government is where ultimately do we reduce costs? And are we, in fact, being as productive at an employee level as, in terms of what we're doing? Is there within the system, and I think you've probably touched on it, moving more into technology as opposed to use of technology rather than use of people. So moving in terms of that level of realignment that I think we are going to need to go through as a country.
Thank you, Member Lekker.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe let me start from slide 4, or is it page 4? I don't know. Under measures implemented, I want to check, Chairperson, with regards to pay internship. I want to get an understanding. This, I suppose, it's the matriculants that gets to be given experience within the department. And I think what becomes important is to what extent are these students capable to discharge the responsibilities that are given to them, taking into account that they may have to do duties or assist where there has been a vacancy for someone with a particular skill. To what extent are they then competent to perform such? Then, Chair, go to, I'm not sure what page was this, but it's under the application to fill the unfunded post. I'm interested in knowing whether there are timelines to that, because making an application is something else, but are there timelines attached to that in ensuring that posts are filled timeously? If not timeously, at least we are within a particular time frame. Then, Chair, I think also for me, would be on slide 6. Now I see the numbers. Slide 6, page 3. The 24 posts advertised. I want to understand, it's 44 posts out of how much? Because I'm interested in knowing about that. Maybe one question that I had was around the critical post recruitment, because at a later stage, we were then informed that there's been an application for unfunded post. My question would have been, if these are for that is slide 4, are for critical post, are these funded or unfunded, and what is the plan for unfunded? So I have been partly covered in the latter presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Nkontlo. Member Nkontlo, over to you. Just unmute yourself. We can't hear you. She's I just want to add, we'll come back to Member Control. Let me just add, because they've mentioned a couple of things that I just wanted to add. Again, when we talk about, and Member Lecker spoke about the internal bursary program and the internship, the pay program. Just a question, because I see you say, so the internship, do they apply separately, internship, and they apply for the bursary? Do you sometimes look at it and say, listen, this guy, person have, we rather, they apply for the two. So you see maybe potential in the one, in the internship, but says, listen, we can rather enroll you at the bursary program because that is, do you look at those type of things? And then 2022, 23, or 28, and then 34, and then 24. What is the application rate? How many people apply actually for these interns? And how do you determine then, would you take on? Because I see some of the learners are, the interns are, they inspire to improve their matric mathematics results and pursue tertiary studies. So I mean, how do you manage that? Because it's not about the grades they get, because some of them don't, according to that, if I read it correctly, can improve on the grades. And then just the other thing the flexible work arrangements. Did you see, is there more productivity? Is it more to give the employee a break of not traveling, or is there more productivity? Do you monitor that? And those type of things. So if you can just say, how does that help with the hybrid system? How does it help in the well-being of the employees? I think that's important. Just see, Member Controls, are you still not there? I see just Member Petrus got a question, then I'm going to go over to you. Member Petrus?
Yes, Chair, it's on the interns. I want to know what happened to the interns. What happened to them?
After they complete their program, and then what happened to them? Okay, thank you very much. Over to you, HOD, Minister.
Thank you to the committee and the members. Maybe just to, by way of introducing and responding to the questions, the Provincial Treasury has got an approved post structure of 336, of which 250 is active, and our headcount is at 241. Our vacancy rate at the moment is around 20%, 22-23%. So the 44 is certainly making a dent in that vacancy rate. We have put an application through to the Treasury. It's the votes now speaking. And we didn't bring it into the presentation, Chair, because Minister will be tabling the detail tomorrow and when we come with the vote. But we were successful in getting additional funding. So we are also funding additional posts to deal with our vacancy rate. I'm going to ask Nadia, can you maybe just go through the...
So I'll take it from the top, and just to comment on the vacancy rate compared to the other departments, it's favourable, and the CSC colleagues can vouch for that. We are one of the departments with the lowest vacancy rate in the Western Cape government. Many of the reasons why they leave is purely because we have to compete with the likes of the municipalities, and like the member said, it's impossible for us to compete because their remuneration levels are far and beyond. We have been successful, though, on a counter offer in the past, where a provincial treasury official turned down a more lucrative offer in favour of staying at the provincial treasury because of the potential for growth and for expansion. So that's something that we can say. But on a whole, we have found that our staff members are, like I said, they're very highly qualified, highly skilled, and highly sought after. Our bursary programs do target our previously disadvantaged individuals, and there are a number of criteria that we take into consideration when we adjudicate on who's going to be successful or not. So employment equity is one of the criteria. Academics is also on the top of the list when it comes to our graduate interns, and then also financial status is also a consideration. And because employment equity is sought after not only by the Provincial Treasury but by a number of employee years, they poach our people, and it's very difficult to retain them given our remuneration levels that we are offering. So in addition to that, the other competitor that we need to consider is NSFAS, whose bursary offerings are more attractive. So they are able to offer accommodation as well as catering and traveling, which we cannot. So we've had to review our criteria somewhat to then consider the missing middle. So those the groupings of students that are they find themselves to be not too poor, for lack of a better word, and are still not also in the upper brackets, where they're still struggling also to get financial assistance. So that is the bracket that we're wanting to also provide further assistance to. So 82 days could seem like a long time at the face of it, but there's a number of processes that in between that make up the time. So it starts out with the adjudication of our COE committee. So they are appointed specifically to be sure that the posts that we do want to fill are critical. So with the recommendation, it does speed up the next process, which is the DG and the Premier's concurrence. So they do rely on the recommendations that we do make, but it is taking up time as a consequence of the DPSA directive that needed us to be more prudent when it comes to the filling of the posts. Then, of course, advertisement takes about 2 weeks time, shortlisting, interview stage, nomination stage, etc. But like my colleagues in the CC can concur, 82% is not bad. We are striving, though, to improve on that. There's always room for improvement. In fact, as soon as we do become successful officially for the additional budget, we have projectized sort of task team that's going to commit themselves to the filling of the post in the record-breaking time. Just checking out the next question. With regards to pay internships, to what extent are they capable of discharging the responsibility given to them? So we are not expecting them to fill vacant positions. The pay interns are fresh out of matric, so the knowledge and the skills are not sufficient to give them that responsibility. Instead, we afford the graduate interns the opportunity to contribute towards that role in a supportive fashion. They are supported by mentors, so they are either assistant directors or deputy directors or directors that are guiding them along the way. So mostly the pay interns, because their skills are quite limited, they are utilized to give support to projects, but they are handheld at all times. The 44 posts are all funded, member. They're all funded and they have been assessed by the COE committee to be critical and to be filled. As far as our unfunded posts are concerned, like our HED indicated, we await the confirmation from the Provincial Treasury of the approval, and then we'll go full steam ahead to fill it. When it comes to internships and bursaries, the application rate is quite huge. So we do get applications in hundreds of numbers. So it's not an easy feat, and therefore the response is quite great, and we don't struggle to find suitable candidates. In fact, we do have like a waiting list, just in case we have an applicant that has declined it for whatever reason, which has happened in the past, and then we can just go to the next list. So that's unfortunately not a challenge that we are faced with. So flexible working arrangements is something that's very close to our staff members' hearts. We know that it does assist them quite substantially to be able to really give life to work-life integration, and also to enable them to remain productive. Our staff members do travel quite significant times before and after work, and because of the leeway given by the policy, they are then able to take advantage of that time to be more productive, and that's by choice, not by force. Obviously, it comes with a number of other advantages, flexibility for their personal lives as well, which we as an employer are willing to give and take. And then what happens to the interns member? So the graduate the graduate program, the graduate bursary program and the internship program are not separate. They are interrelated. So the bursaries that we award are for a period of either 2, 3 or 4 years. And the agreement, contractual agreement that we enter into with the candidates is that they work back the equivalent period to a maximum of 2 years. So they are able then to get that experience and the skills and the knowledge from the experience that they gain in that perspective. We are also keen to find out what happens to them afterwards. So we do keep track of them. A number of our interns have gone through the ranks, and so a number of them have obtained permanent positions within the Provincial Treasury, and some of them have even entered the Senior Management Service of the Western Cape Government. So there's a number of success stories that we can share. Thank you. I hope I've covered all of the questions.
So I'm going to ask if there's follow-ups, and then when the Kondlo's here, I'm going to ask her a question. But is there follow-ups on the answers or questions not answered? Are you satisfied, members? Thank you. Member Kondlo, over to you.
Good morning, once again, colleagues. Good morning, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. As I was listening, Chair, the HOD spoke about trying to manage or balance fiscal consolidation and also the working environment or demands of the working environment. I'm not quoting her verbatim. I'm interested to understand what would have been fiscal consolidation from an HR perspective. What is its implication? Has fiscal consolidation in this context of provincial treasury led to any reorganizing of the structure? I mean, one recalls that to date, I think in a space of almost 2 or 3 terms, we had almost 3 HODs, one that terms ended and the other new one who left in between. So I'm trying to understand during that space, did you had any reorganization or restructuring in terms of what you term fiscal consolidation that would have reorganized the structure of the provincial treasury? And if so, if you can explain what such changes were. That's the first one. The second one is just, I want to understand the notion of use of technology and mundane activities. One, for me, how do you determine currently in the department what is mundane? Are there existing workflow processes, that actually help you to determine what you call repetitive tasks and all of that? Do you have those existing if somebody were to ask for that for each of the functions that are there, which therefore would determine what would be, transferred into tech sort of services? And as a backdrop to that particular question, have you already scoped what you would take and maybe use technology to deliver such services, so that you also consider the implications thereof, of technology that will displace some staff, and if there is such, if you had done any of such an investigation, what would happen, if somebody was undertaking those mundane tasks and now you are saying you would use technology. So what would happen to those who were delivering those particular functions? And then on the notion of I think I listened to the HR colleague speaking about the positive response of the employees in terms of wellness and the other, which is what actually brought us here. And for me, are you able, out of those conversations or out of the feedback of the service provider, be able to understand what are the issues that are internal focus that are coming from work stress related? Are you able to get that feedback? Because yes, as you said, some of it is maybe personal issues. And what is the extent thereof and how are you dealing with that? Because one of the things I didn't hear, Chair, is whether in this department you do have an engagement with the employees through a labor relations a platform, be it a union. Is there a union in Provincial Treasury? And if so, why have you not given any feedback of your engagements with the union in as far as your labor relations environment are concerned? I think that those are just my initial questions for now, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. HOD, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start with the issue around fiscal consolidation and what happened 2-3 years ago. I'm looking at the CFO. So we because of fiscal consolidation, we obviously had to give up because the size and the quantum of the cut to the province in terms of its equitable share required everybody to make that hairline cut. And so the provincial treasury, we believe we must lead by example. And so we were part and parcel of the cutting process. But that came with a cost, as it would any other department who needed to make those difficult decisions. And one area as it relates to why we are here today with the committee is the decision that we took then not to fill personal assistant positions in terms of our criteria for, in terms of priority post. And so that we could free up funding to continue to deal with areas of priority, and obviously not to the extent, but it at least assisted us in coming within the reduced envelope. So where the post became vacant or the post was funded at the time and to be advertised, we took a decision not to proceed with that. And those are the very same posts that we are now looking at. Let's see what are the administrative tasks. I don't want to call it mundane, but rather administrative tasks, which we can automate. And we are actually in process of piloting that, and I want the director, because she volunteered and she said she doesn't need a PA. She's going to use the tools available to see how that is going to support her and the unit to do so. And so I think, but that is an addition. So the type of task that we most probably would be talking about, it cannot be something that the line would need to do, because we recognize it's for us, it's people and technology, with the emphasis on people. Technology is simply a way of trying to alleviate the pressure. So some of the tasks, administrative tasks in my mind, would be minute taking. that we would normally ask the personal assistant to assist us with. Those are the type of things that we are now saying that let's look at how we can use technology in order to deal with some of those administrative tasks. And then I think the presence, I think with the provincial treasury, all unions are represented within the provincial treasury, and I'm going to ask the DDG there from .P also to come into the fray here. But the staff complement is fully represented. The question, sorry, yeah. So the question around the restructuring, apologies for that. So the provincial treasury has not restructured since before I joined. 2009. That was the last restructuring of the provincial treasury. And I think given even with the implementation and the direction that we're going in terms of the new PSP, as well as the procurement, the different legislations that's coming on board, there is a need now to look at how do we, as a provincial treasury, where we've set ourselves a very ambitious target, I think, in a vision, and continue to do so given the capability, ability, and the skills within the department, being then an enabler and a reliable partner, and hence the recognition on the measures that we would want to implement is to look at the current structure that we have, and are we able then to continue to deliver on what is required. And so I do believe that it is time that we actually revisit that. So we were still operating on that same structure. Nothing has changed since then. I'm going to just, in terms of the technology, and then I'm going to ask the Department of the Premier just to come in and deal with issues around labor. And yeah. And I just wanted to check, because there was an earlier question around the pay interns and what they're being used for, but just to indicate to the member that we treat the pay interns and the graduate interns differently when they arrive in the organization. And so for the graduate intern, it's obviously a different, because we put them immediately in terms of the mentorship program and the area which is in the line of the department in terms of being part and parcel of our delivery. The pay interns, there is a different approach. They are obviously, there's a different purpose of bringing them into the department. So we would not necessarily ask them to do, we wouldn't ask them or expect of them to do work that the line would cover, but we will in the main, we would use them in terms of administrative support. So they would be doing that, and the aim is also then just to get them work ready, to understand that we start work at a particular time, and this is how things work within a place of work, and this is how you conduct yourself in a place of work. So the focus is different. But I'm going to ask the Department of the Premier just to come in there. Thanks.
Yes, Chair. In terms of the unions, each department's got an IMLC in place where the management and the unions sit together and have their discussions on a quarterly basis. And then on a provincial level, we've got the CCP-WCP in place, which is a collective bargaining forum where all departments is involved, as well as all the unions. The predominant unions in this department is PSA and NAHAVU, and they are represented on the IMLC as well as at the CCP-WCP. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. So when it comes to artificial intelligence, there's a saying that goes like this. AI will not replace people. It's people who use AI that will replace people. So it's from that perspective that we want to not be scared of AI, but we want to embrace it for all of the advantages that it can give us. I did participate in the province-wide pilot for Copilot Premium and MS Teams Premium, and I can vouch for the efficiency and the productivity over and above minute taking. It really helps us with reducing repetitive tasks. It analyzes data, it can generate reports, and it can do minutes within, like, literally minutes. It can do minutes within minutes. So we are going to be piloting it within the Provincial Treasury with the onboarding of these platforms and more. And we also have some exciting ideas for the future. Thank you.
Minister?
Chair, I just wanted to add some general items. While I can't speak today on some of the allocations that will be coming tomorrow, when you look at the 2024-25 financial year figures in Treasury regarding training, you'll find that we've trained 303 staff. We offered 225 training opportunities. We offered 18 bursaries and we had 15 interns. And all of this is part of the bigger program, the biggest strategy to be able to empower our staff. And some staff might not necessarily need technical support in terms of bursaries and training. They might need support in terms of they might have been promoted and now need to work on managing a team, and might be conflict management and resolution. It might be some of those softer emotional or skills that one needs once one is promoted within the ranks. Even with some of the filling of the vacancies, we've been working vigorously in the department to try and finish all of our vacancies. One has already been through cabinet. I see Tora just emailed me another 2 for signing off to go to cabinet soon. Next cabinet is in early April, and I know of another one that will be coming that we've completed interview processes soon. I know SCM was vigorously busy in January when we got back with their interviews. You could hardly even find Nadia in procurement available because she was vigorously busy with interviews within that space. And every, I mean, I know Stephen in local government unit has been vigorously busy with interviews. We've previously in the current financial year approved the reconfiguration of the SCM structure for province. We are currently planning for the new financial year. How are we going to refocus from going from expenditure to revenue? As Nadia Ibrahim has indicated, Provincial Treasury is a highly sought after training ground for going into municipalities or even other sectors. I mean, Tobalani was poached, I think, by a municipality in the Eastern Cape. And even in some other provinces, you might even find in job descriptions or levels that one person or 2 people actually might be doing what one person here at the Western Cape might be doing. So we need to re-look at that structure in Provincial Treasury and how we go forward in line with our upcoming allocations. But in the next week or so, we hope to give more clarity in terms of allocations for COE, allocations for technology. Previously, you would have seen that even through our procurement reports, we already use Power BI to generate some of those reports through our systems. We already previously started with evergreening of our legacy systems. And I don't think all of our IT people are here today, but the unit is very robust in the ideas and how they want to go forward in terms of pulling and analyzing and reporting and an organization of information and data. And the fiscal futures model, which has previously been procured through the Provincial Treasury, is already starting to do future expenditure planning based on revenue expenditures through different economic scenarios. We've actually been able, before the national budget, been able to predict national growth and provincial growth based on assumptions and different economic scenarios. Based on different scenarios, we're able to predict what happens on a 10-year basis within the province in terms of our revenue and expectations. And it does help with planning for what might come even before it is there. In terms of working from home, and I even said this to my team in the ministry, and I think it's something that is kind of applicable. Work from home is not a day off. You're getting more flexibility because we are not necessarily able to offer you the same salary packages at a local municipality level. So you're asking yourself, what is the benefit being with us then at Treasury? So working from home gives you that flexibility. Maybe that day you don't have the 3 hours to travel in and home from work. You maybe just need that extra space to go drop off your children at school, or to be able to pick up your children from school early, or to be able to have something maybe delivered at home. It's everyone has their different reasons, so working from home offers that flexibility and also a little bit of that space so that one can have an increase in terms of your own personal mental wellness. You might not be someone who wants 10 people walking into your office saying hello and having a cup of coffee before you starting to work. So everyone has their different types of work processes. And in terms of conferences and research, we always encourage our staff to apply. I mean, even to Isaac recently, I forwarded you an international opportunity that the SCM officials of us can apply to, and we want them to apply for it because it will not only build the reputation of the Provincial Treasury, it will build their reputation as experts within the field. Because we can't compete about being experts in South Africa anymore. We need to now look towards regions in other countries. We have to look, are we able to compete with experts in Brazil? Are we able to compete with experts in Kenya? Are we able to compete with SCM experts in Morocco? Though we have to now start looking as to whether we are able to compete internationally. Instead of us going to go poach from the World Bank must want to poach from us. That is where we are moving. You will see that even the Bureau of Economic Research poaches from us. They have half of their people are from the Provincial Treasury. So when when people say ask the Bureau of Economic Research for advice, I'm like, you might as well ask the Provincial Treasury for advice because it's the same pool of people that we're working with. So that is the mindset that we're moving to. That when we use technology, it's not to replace us, it's to make our workloads lighter. When you look at the KZN budget that was tabled yesterday, their Provincial Treasury's budget is more than double the budget of the Provincial Treasury currently in the Western Cape. That is what we're competing against. And we simply do not have the funding when we're competing against funding for education, funding for health, funding for social development, funding for infrastructure. The innovation, culture, and governance cluster are going to be at a back foot because we're competing against frontline services and real service delivery pressures on the ground. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Kondo. Were you answered? Are you fine? Is there a follow-up, Member Kondo?
No, thanks, colleagues, and thanks for the confirmation that your bias into people is what is priority versus in how you use technology. Because I think when the issue of technology development gets to be discussed, I think that the emphasis must always be made. It must not be assumed, because in the thick of things, and once a technology is implemented, the very discussion comes back when the very people that we're talking about gets to be displaced by technology. So I think it's a healthy conversation to have it upfront, so that when we look at the trace of evidence, we're able to then come back and say, this is the logic that was presented in terms of how you are driving technology and people. So I'm very happy with the emphasis in that regard. I just have new questions, Chair, if I would be allowed as my last part. I think in terms of the interns and graduates that are part of the strategy, the holistic strategy, I think you gave numbers, I think between 34, if I was listening properly as I was driving here. And I'm trying to understand to date, what has been the percentage of interns or graduates that you have absorbed, Minister, I think, was mentioning some individuals taken by other departments, which I think it is good if we contributing to such. So I just want to understand, how are you integrating such? And whether, if one were to ask in terms of career progression and succession within the provincial treasury, if one were to ask in terms of your terms of service of your employees, from both at a junior management level to a senior management level, would it be possible to gather information that indicates who is the longest serving, person in a position within Treasury, and how those particular, especially if in those particular functions or those particular directorates, there has ever been any promotion sort of positions that are there. Is it possible to get that particular information? I'm hoping I'm not giving you guys a headache, because I'm looking at the HOD. It's like, I'm asking something very, very difficult. So I'm hoping I'm not. I'm just interested to understand, as you state, that, the environment that is set to be created, in this space. So that's why I'm interested, because that data, you should be able to sort of have it. And then my last one, Chair, my two last ones. One is on the unfunded posts. I didn't hear on the unfunded post whether, because you spoke about the unfunded post and being critical. So I'm interested, what is the number of posts? What exactly are those particular posts that are unfunded, and for how long? And lastly, there's a discussion, I think, during the annual report we had around the absence of the infrastructure capacity, which is supposedly to enable yourselves to oversight, this new role of having to consolidate the infrastructure spend of the various departments. Has that been closed, that function? Is it filled? Is there a vacancy? Is it filled? Please just indulge me around that, which I believe is very critical and is urgent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm just going to add one or two. I know Minister mentioned it last time in the annual reports, that people are poached by other provinces, and our people here do twice the work or 3 times the work. That's not always a good thing, Minister. So I'm glad you made a mention to say that you're re-looking at that. So I've made that comment previously also, but it's a good thing. But I mean, burnout is also other thing. So just that, and then the 20 to 23% vacancy rate. You say it's favorable, but is it acceptable standard? I'm not talking about Western Cape alone. Is that an acceptable standard? Because it might be favorable to the other departments here, but is it an acceptable norm across the country? I think that is maybe also one thing that I just want to find out. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, before, maybe just to indicate in terms of the percentage of graduate, or let me start on the lighter note. When member asked about who's the longest, we were tempted to say Isaac, but then the question turned and it was in a position, and that's the expression, the facial expression. Because I like, okay, that changes the dynamic of the question. So, okay. So we can certainly, I think, if we don't have the position who's been the longest in a position, we can certainly get back to the committee on that one. Just in terms of the graduate intern, so we have an obligation to give them or they have an obligation, once we give them the bursary, they need to come back and work back that bursary. And that's for 2 years. And whether we can absorb them, because we can't always accommodate everybody coming in. So what we have done also is to place them with other departments, and we have also placed them even within municipalities where they could accommodate these interns. So the question was in terms of absorption, we can't obviously absorb it in our structure, but they work back, all of them, 100% of them work back the bursary, and they work back at that period as for 2 years. So I think the infrastructure post, we've made progress. So we filled the director position. So that has been filled, and we are also filling middle management positions within that particular unit. So there has been progress made in that regard. Then Nadia, you covered. Okay, I covered you. Then just in terms of, I suppose, career progression, and that partly in relation to our structure, the reason why we need to review, obviously, is given the fact that it's a fairly flat structure when we compare to structures in other provincial treasuries, and so that also perhaps is a contributing factor. We're not saying it should not be a flat structure, but I think we are aware of the fact that the young people coming in, they are mobile, they sought after, and once they come in, working for Western Cape Provincial Treasury, it does add a bit of marketability to them, and so when they apply, we find that people tend to go for opportunities. I think the shortest stint we've had was in our public finance unit, where the ASD stayed, I think, was for a month or 2 months. Yeah, 2 months, and then the person got an offer and opted to and decided to leave. And obviously it was already at a higher, so the offer was for a deputy director position, and then obviously we had a ASD position. So those are the things that I think we've, as an organization, and that we are having to deal with, and we're trying to manage. And part of the management is, because we cannot necessarily counter offer all of these, is to look at how do we create an environment where people want to stay regardless of the package. The economic circumstances is obviously something else, and then you can't blame people when they do decide that, okay, that they would need to make certain decisions in order to make ends meet, so to speak. Let me just ask the .P colleagues if they want to add things.
Thank you, Chair. The average vacancy rate in the Western Cape government is 36.3%. So it's much higher than in provincial treasury on average. But what research has shown us, if your vacancy rate is higher than 20%, then significant strain enters. So the threshold that research has indicated to us, 20% is the threshold. Thereafter, the organization will feel the strain. What we, in terms of the rest of the province, there's departments that's functioning optimally and is delivering good results, and with such a large vacancy rate. Then the question you need to ask is the structure correct? Is the functional logic correct? Because if you can function for numerous years and function optimally, and you've got a high vacancy rate, the question must be asked. I think that's where our audit team is looking at currently, and in the future going with that. But in terms of provincial treasury, when we've concluded this recruitment process, I think we will dip considerably lower down. I think we're now at 23. We're at a point we were at 28.3%. Right, so with the filling of the posts, it came down, so that's good.
Thank you very much, members. Is that all the questions? Thank you very much. So that's the end of the session. Thank you, Minister HOD, and thank you to Department of Premier. I think I think other chairpersons will say exactly the same. It's to strengthen you, to ask the questions, and this was a burning point. And we are very happy with the responses, and thank you very much for the openness Minister, enjoy your day tomorrow. All the best. Bye-bye. Members, we're going to take a 5-minute break because we've got some stuff that we need to discuss, to have some tea and coffee, and then we'll come back. Thank you. Thank you, members. Thank you, members. Thank you, members. Oh, thank you, members. We're just going to start with the minutes of the meeting on the 12th of February. And then when we're done with the minutes, we're going to deal with the resolutions and actions. Point 5. Can we accept the minutes as is? Thank you. Can I have a hand? Member van Minnen and Member van Wyk accepting the minutes. So thank you very much. Let's go to, I thought to deal with the minutes first because we're going to the resolutions. And I just want to give you some feedback quickly. As you can recall, we had the 2 issues in camera, and that was your 4.2, 5.2 under the resolutions, which was allegation 4.2. And then we also had, I'm just checking here, it was 4.1 was mobility, 4.1 allegations against Department of Mobility. 4.2 was the outcomes and discrepancies of Gate Nature. And then 4.3 was then referred to the speaker. So we only have 4.1 and 4.2. What subsequently happened with the AXA, you got the letter that we got from the head of portfolio, Saron Adams. And what I've then asked the procedural officer to do is give me some procedural advice, but also in consultation with our legal team. And do they have this letter as well? So you have the letter of the procedural advice. And when did you receive these letters now? So you got this procedural advice, and the procedural advice is, in a nutshell, either we wait for the outcome of the investigation, what the AG is doing, or we can call in the whistleblower ourselves and ask him questions, Mr. Kluter. So that is the 2 options that we have there. We leave and we inform the AXA about our approach to say, listen, you are running that, but we are, as a committee, feel that the whistleblower writing to us, we're going to ask the whistleblower to come present, and that is the action. Or secondly, we're going to say, listen, you are investigating, but remember now the whistleblower has got allegations against them. So that is just a concern, a red flag for me. You now being accused and you investigating. Are we doing justice, And so my thinking is, and I'm leaving it to the committee to discuss, my thinking is to get the whistleblower here and to get his point of view and inform AXA to say, listen, because according to our procedure advice, it's 100% we in our rights to do that. Mr. Davids consulted with the legal team. They are of the opinion that we can do both, but it depends on the committee how we feel the way forward. So I'm going to leave it over to the committee to just give us some feedback on that, and then we can make a decision on that first point. Names. Okay, member.
Yes.
I've got three hands there. First, you member.
Yes, Chairperson. Thank you. I will agree that we must go for that option that the whistleblower can come here and present evidence or give us the information that we need.
Thank you very much, Member Mkotlo.
Chair, considering that also in the legal opinion, I'm really trying to understand what would, if in our justification of the option 1 of having to consider waiting for an AXA process, what is the legal basis for us to do so? AXA is an institution, is independent of us. a matter is brought to us to investigate, Now, the very PS people or institution who are supposed to investigate comes to us and say, we are investigating the person that has raised an issue, I don't think it would look good in the principle of fairness if now, especially because now this we got the information after the whistleblower had actually came to us, to now get an AXA that says, no, ain't like we are investigating the person. And therefore our process must then be halted. So that is why, Chair, I'm yielding to yours in the spirit of fairness, of saying to AXA, you've got your independence to engage with Mr. Klute, but the right of Mr. Klute as a citizen and as a person who came to us, I don't think must be infringed by the fact that he is being investigated. Because as we do the investigation and at a time that AXA would feel, because I'm sure even AXA itself at some point would have to call them in. So we would hear AXA's side of the story in any way. It doesn't preclude them, in as far as that is concerned. So I am supporting, I think, the view that you have shared, and which I think Member Petros also supported. Chair, thank you so much.
Member Lecker?
Thank you, Chair. It's true, Chair, that one can be a referee and a player. And I think what then becomes important is that we conduct a fair and just process. In that way, Chair, I would want to support your view that we call the whistleblower ourselves and conduct such investigation. I think in the spirit of fairness and a just process, we should do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Lecker. Remember, he sent us all the documents, right? Because it's quite a lot of documents, we will have to read those documents and then ask him the questions where there is no clarity, But I think it's only fair if a person has taken the trouble to write to us. Now we say, listen, we don't want to hear you. Access already doing their job. And, I think it's only fair, as Member Lecker has also put it, to put it out and ask the necessary questions. And then as a committee, we can decide what after that. But at least the whistleblower came and gave their views, and if there's any questions that we have, and then we can decide as a committee what is the next step. Member Van Manen?
Thank you very much. I think it's looking at this legal advice that it says here that such engagement falls squarely within the committee's oversight mandate and aligns with its responsibility to ensure accountability in public financial management. I do think we must be careful of using language such as investigation. We're not here as some kind of Sherlock Holmes committee. And we also don't want to start a precedent that a whistleblower writes to us on, well, I think we've all served on scopers long enough to know the kind of complaints one can get. It isn't going to be a carte blanche if the door is open for everyone to come and unpack what their issue is with whoever it is. But I think that what we need to do is make sure that we are very firmly within the legal parameters of this document. And yeah, just be careful that we're not trying to be a parallel investigation, but doing what we do in terms of this mandate. Thank you.
That's why I say when he presents, we will decide. So that's why I'm not using investigation also. I'm saying because a decision must be made after that. What do we do? And as a committee, we can discuss it and then take it forward. So I'm just saying, but I think it's only fair in our oversight role for the sake of accountability. Like you say, every case is merit on merit. Doesn't mean we do this and that. So I'm just saying, but this seems to me there's merit of getting, and because the AG is doing their sort of investigation that they're doing, Member Lecker said it, it's almost like referee and player. And that for me is maybe a red flag. Member Nkotla?
No, Chair, in the spirit indeed of ensuring we operate within our rules. And I think we'll pardon some of us with English is not our first language. So we may be using terms, and I appreciate those who would correct us around the impact or the meaning of that language from a legal point of view. But at the same time, as you say, Chair, it doesn't take away that we've got a responsibility here. People, as many as they can. Actually, we need, as a transparent government, we need to get as many people as possible to report any malfeasance they believe would have happened. And it doesn't guarantee, and we should not already preempt what that is. All we are saying, we listen to what it is, we look at it, and when we do not have the capacity to go to the next step, and I'm sure we've got enough heads here to actually do exactly that and call for such. And if those would then need that investigation, those that are given the capability to do so would be able, so that the process remains fair. So I'm with you, Chair, that one of the things that we must never also set a precedent in this SCOPA is that we actually are the one who constrain people immediately when something comes in. Ours, the first response is to try and close it in and create some level of suspicion around it. Ours is to hear the public, and I'm grateful that you've clarified that, is to hear, and then on hearing, we then get, as we normally do, we always look for advice, our legal advice and others, so that we are enabled to do something that is right, that is legal. Actually, I think, Chair, it takes me to even the other discussion we're having here, I think, on the other matter, because we did ask, what do we do as SCOPA? Because I think our rules are not necessarily clear or definitive, on what we do with these kind of issues when they come. I think that is also going to be a matter that we would have to look at as SCOPA, so that there is clear guidelines. We don't depend on the interpretation of us as members here. Thank you so much.
I think we on the same page. I think we're all on the same page, and members, said certain things. But like I said, I think it's only fair that we do each case on its own merit, and we will, as a committee, decide, what is the next phase in that. So that's 100%. So we are we're looking at our program, and we have now, where's this program? Is somewhere here. Is it here? Here is it. So we're looking at our program, and we've got quite a busy program, but we've the next available date is the 23rd of April, after constituency and after the appropriation process. So we're sitting down on the 23rd, and we have briefings by the Department of Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety. And then we have the Western Cape Liquor Authority. And then I've slotted Mr. Klute in for the 23rd of April. We have a 3-hour slot, so I think we can slot Mr. Klute in. Mrs. Klute's matter has been long outstanding, and I'm trying just to so that's the first available date that we are sitting again. So is that okay with the members? Is that fine? Thank you. So Mr. Klute is coming on the procedural officer will do the necessary to get him here for that meeting. Member van Wyk?
Yes, certainly, Chair, thanks. I think just picking up from Member van Minnen's comments, I think under what's number 10 in that MEMO recommended course of action, although the numbering within that is 9.1 through to 925, there sets out a cooperative approach that recognizes the AGSA's constitutional independence would be prudent. And then it sets out in terms of what our committee would follow. So I think it's important that we, make sure that we follow that approach that has been set out there.
I think it's important, and that's why, when we unsure, we take it for procedural advice and we take it for legal advice so that we know that that is our authority. So, I mean, we act on what we received. So that Mr. Kluter will be slotted in on the 23rd of April. Thank you, members. So that is the decision that's made. And then we come to the other resolution and action, and that is 4.1 allegations against the Department of Mobility. We've not yet received the legal advice. Mr. Davids has compiled some procedural advice, but we need some legal advice on that. So we hope to have that legal advice, and maybe you can tell us, but by the 23rd. But I've also then said if there's anything further on that response. So by the 23rd, we will have it at our committee meeting. We will have the advice, and then we can decide if we need to slot it in, and that slotting in will then be the next available date. That's the 30th. If the committee decides then we need to slot in another for that case of mobility, then we'll slot it in the next available date. That is on the 30th of April. So the procedural advice is done. It's just talking to the legal department to get their inputs. That advice we will get before the 23rd. We will discuss it at the 23rd. And then if we need to slot a date in for that, we'll slot that in the next available date on the 30th of April. Members, are you happy with that? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Then we... No, they're agreeing. So Member Lekker, you didn't want to say something. You're just agreeing. Yeah, agree. Okay. So we're happy with that. So that concludes that, our actions. And then we just need to go through, and maybe we don't have to go through details. Did they receive it? You have not received, they've ran out of paper, but was this emailed to them, eh? I will email it to you. Email it to you. So they ran out of paper, so I couldn't give you a copy with all my papers. I think they ran out of paper with all my papers. So there is a program. It will be emailed to you, and also the activity report. Third, and that we can then, you can peruse, look through it, and then we can discuss it at our next meeting. Is there any other matters that I need to do? Is that everything? So I wanted to go through this, but I'm going to give you time to go through it. And then it's only the two additions that I made. If the mobility must be slotted in at the 30th, if so, and the 23rd as Mr. Kluter. Members, is there any other resolutions that you want to make on what I think the department did of Treasury and Premier did a good job this morning. They gave a lot of clarity. I think they're on the right road, and the vacancy rate will drop under 20%. So that for me is they're doing something about the problem that we. Is there any other member Nkontlo?
No, Chair, I don't have any issues. I think I had asked my question, which they said they could provide to the info. But I think I was very enlightened by the comment from .P, especially about what are the acceptable threshold and what they have seen between this department and other departments. Why I'm raising this, Chair, you would recall that during our SCOPA engagements, there's always an issue about the underspending of COE versus the performance, of departments. And then a question is, you continue to perform, but there's a glaring, underspending of vacancy rates. So I think what the .P colleague raised is so important. In as far as the question of whether are we sitting with structures which sometimes are bloated. And once I think an environment of this nature, of consolidation has pressed them, to look at prioritization and what is important. And I remember this is what we were saying to Provincial Treasurer, that actually year on year, you are outperforming even with this high vacancy rate. Perhaps the question is, from the onset, this work you can do with lesser numbers. So I'm just saying, for me, it's a lesson learned, which one takes to the future conversation, because that threshold that they're speaking about, which is the 20%, is something that I think would have to take into the future conversation to understand each department, if it's operating above that 20%, what is that extra and why is it? And if indeed this technology to people can be actually something that is utilized to reduce and make more efficient ways of a human resource. So I just wanted to make that point from this presentation, which I think was very important. Thank you, Chair.
No, I think you make a very important point, because every year at Scopa, we ask that same question. Why is this vacancies not filled? And it was enlightening to say 20% is the threshold, and some departments running on 36%. So then maybe you have, like they highlighted, maybe you have a problem with the organizational structure. If you are performing, and you're doing what you're supposed to do, and you've got such a high vacancy rate, maybe we need to address the structure, the organizational structure, maybe. But that was a very good point. Members, anything else before we adjourn? Is that fine? Can we adjourn? Meeting's adjourned. Have a good day.